Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to video game news. What day is today? Today is Friday, February 6th. So we're already 1 week into February. Feels like it goes by really fast. So yeah, we'll do a little bit of warm up and then we'll jump into the video game news. Let's scroll down the 24-hour peak concurrent charts to see what people are playing. It still seems like it is pretty much the same thing, although this Overwatch 2, for example, is going to change in name, I think, because they are going back to just calling it Overwatch, and they basically admitted that there just wasn't ever really a significant amount of new content to justify calling it Overwatch 2, and I believe they shut down the launcher and everything of Overwatch 1, so in a lot of ways it's kind of still bait and switch, I suspect. And for any kind of live service game like this, yeah, what you would have liked is not what they're going to give you, because they're going to just continuously change and evolve things. That's why there's so much demand and for classic World of Warcraft servers, for instance, and there's Counter-Strike and classic versions of CS:GO, because yeah, people just really who got into the habit of playing those types of games like Overwatch 1 wanted to just continue playing Overwatch 1. They didn't want to buy a new game. They didn't want to play something that's slightly different. You can see here the rating on this is 27% positive compared to pretty much any other game. So it's probably also getting reviewed pretty terribly also right now. You should look at Overwatch 2, and yeah, from the outside looking in, maybe I have a jaded opinion here, but my feeling is that they really just were going against the fan community quite a bit by changing the costumes, making them all bulky and uglier for pretty much all the characters, changing the way the characters look, and definitely trying to de-emphasize the fandom that existed around Tracer as a character instead of really embracing her as this is the character people like, and this is the character that should just be the new mascot character. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel is doing its 4th anniversary thing, and they've got a new animation, and I imagine they're just going to link to on their game, but it frankly is not worth clicking on that animation and showing it, considering I'm stopped playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Probably in year 2. And I'm not sure that there is too much big news. OBS Studio is not a game, but they've got a new release candidate 1 for their newest version. Not a lot of new features in their newest version, though, to talk about, so it does look like it's probably going to be a bit more incremental of an upgrade, which is funny because they said they were going to stop doing big number upgrades, and I guess maybe this is a middle number upgrade instead of a big number upgrade in their versioning system. Looks like Dragon Quest VII Reimagined is finally out, and it's in a 96% spot. And then there was going to be all these announcements for Blizzard games, and I didn't hear anything about any of those announcements. So I think they happened. It just must have been a whole lot of nothing. I frankly wouldn't have been surprised if Blizzard came out and said, hey, all of our series are in development for a new sequel, which you could generally have assumed anyways, and there's going to be a bunch of AI involved in it. Just one of those announcements where they want to say AI as much as possible to try to get the stock market stocks to go up, which did not happen for Microsoft. In fact, I believe in the past couple days, the stock market has gone pretty poorly for a lot of companies. So we may have an early St. Valentine's Day massacre in the stocks for several different reasons, I'm sure, but imagine AI is not helping any of that. Then, was there anything else? Yes, we've had pretty much a confirmation of a delay in the Steam machine because of the economy in general and the RAM shortage. We've pretty much had a confirmation of a delay in the PlayStation 6. There's almost certainly going to be a delay in any new Xbox hardware. Not that I think the next Xbox hardware is going to even really matter too much, because I don't think it's going to actually be particularly competitive hardware wise. And the problems with the overall delays of hardware right now is that they are definitely not going to likely improve any hardware specs because of these delays. It means people are just going to have to wait longer for older chips. And it's going to potentially make things like the Steam machine and the PlayStation 6 and the next Xbox all feel much closer to Nintendo's strategy, where you're putting 4 to 2 year old hardware at least into the machines and then charging a premium for it. Because yeah, most of those decisions have already happened. Yep. You can see on Overwatch 2 that the number of players haven't been terrible. Season 7 and Season 8 seem to be the big problems, but apparently Season 6 was like the Steam release, so there were 6 seasons only through the other launcher, it seems, or through the Epic Game Store. Actually, I do think it was an Epic Game exclusive. I'm trying to find the link to the page. On Steam itself, with all of my... There we go. There we go. All of my modifications. So yeah, what we're more familiar with here is overall we have a 26% positivity for the game, and really in the last 30 days it's been higher than that at 52%. Yeah. Here's a great example of a bulky, ugly outfit of a character. I am going to pretty much just die on this hill. I think that is also part of the problem with Marvel Rivals, is that the characters are too bulky. Their chests in particular are too big. But yeah, notice we're not seeing Tracer. Notice we're not seeing a character that looks particularly interesting. And in fact, I don't even recognize any of these other characters at all. So yeah, it definitely seems to me like that has been a big failure as a sequel, and you probably should never try to make a sequel, but yeah, the vast majority of negativity is at the beginning, but then you just have enough negativity to offset any other positivity, small bits of positivity going to this date. So they really just stopped at the wrong So So here he goes. Why are people, quote, review bombing Overwatch 2? Notice this actually isn't being labeled as a review bomb even. This was something that would have come out before Steam started doing it. They paid for Overwatch, they supported it through its lifespan. It was popular and liked by its community, and it turning a happy profit each year. When Blizzard announced Overwatch 2, the big new feature they announced, the entire premise that made the game worth the sequel treatment was the player versus event campaign mode. Hero talent trees, customizable abilities, an expansive co-op campaign that would add to the story and lore. We were told it was going to be so much work that they are putting out updates. They wouldn't be putting out updates for Overwatch anymore, and they were reallocating staff to work on this new project. There were no updates and no content. Overwatch started to get stale, people grew tired and bored, spending less time in the game or moving on. Many stuck with the product, playing a little each week just to keep fresh, waiting for the new campaign mode. For a lot of us, playing became a chore, something we were doing out of habit, so be ready for the new campaign. So we'd be ready for the new campaign, but the new campaign wasn't the premise that established Overwatch 2. It was a pretext. It was a lie. Blizzard abandoned the PvE campaign a full year before Overwatch 2 launched, but continued to push it in marketing as a big new feature. They even, in the announcement trailer for Overwatch 2 and the roadmaps, they knew they canned it 12 months earlier, but they knew that's what people wanted, so they kept putting it front and center to get people's money and to get people to buy into the project. Take a look. They took our trust and monetized it. I won't go any further into this long article, but yeah, my understanding is a surface level understanding of why I wouldn't have wanted to play Overwatch 2, and it doesn't seem to be anywhere close to the actual fandom of people playing it. There is surprisingly just no game info on this page. That's weird. Yeah, there's no section here. It just jumps into the reviews, announcements, and updates. There's no game page description at all showing up for this game. Interesting. But yeah, Overwatch 2, huge mess. Great way. They found a great way to run the franchise into the ground. They probably should have never tried to make a sequel without like a surprise release while still supporting the first game for at least a year after the sequel came out. Had they perhaps been more drastically evolving Overwatch 1 and just made it like a game as a service, which is basically what it was anyways, then people would have stuck with it a little bit more, and you could have definitely boiled the frog there as far as having fewer people notice that there was drastic changes happening. Let's see, the most wishlisted games, I think for the most part, are still going to be about the same. We haven't had any new page listings for new games. What's interesting, I suppose, is I don't really feel like I've seen a pattern where as games get closer to release, the number of wish lists go up. I think your wish lists are somewhat random, but also heavily dependent on teasing and announcing your game. So I imagine if a game like Atomic Heart 2 has a trailer at some big game awards, it gets a bunch of wish lists at that point, and then it probably gets a few more wish lists every day after that point. But the big jumps, which, yeah, 7-day gains, seem to be fairly small. Mugenics is closer to its release date. It's got a big list. Star Sand Island is close to its release, so it's got a big amount. This game Pawn, I don't even know about, so that's probably a fairly brand new one. But yeah, you can also see a 7-day gain to get a couple thousand when your totals often are in the 20s, thousands. Is a fairly large change. Yeah. And so it might be very well be better to, instead of sorting by the most wishlisted game just by the total number of follows, but to instead search by the 7-day gain, which then tells us a very different story of like Forza Horizon 6 and Tap Loot. And some of these games are Tap Loot, for instance, is in the 419th position overall, and yet it got 10,000 more wish lists, which is a big number. Resident Evil Requiem, this is your big quadruple A, triple A game that's about to come out. 8,000 subs. Hype. Yes, this is a much better chart. I heard of this. They've announced that they're going to remaster Poker Night at the Inventory. I don't know how much remastering is really going to happen there. I think more than likely this is just the Skunkcake Games re-releasing what was a Telltale game. Because yeah, the poker in it was fine. I bet the poker doesn't change at all. The lines of dialogue in it were fine, and I bet they don't get changed or remastered, and the animation was fine. So I imagine there's just going to be a slight animation improvement there. Maybe there's a performance improvement. Maybe more than likely there would be some compatibility improvements that happen just to make sure this does get improved upon. Overall, Poker Night at the Inventory is an interesting enough simulation of playing poker with a bunch of silly characters, but most of these characters are fairly irrelevant now. Sam & Max is video game wise still kind of known, but not that relevant. The characters from Team Fortress, a little bit older, a little bit less relevant, and then like Strong Bad is pretty irrelevant, and Penny Arcade characters is pretty irrelevant. There's also characters from cartoon Toonami cartoon, the Venture Brothers. One of the characters from Venture Brothers is in it. Very irrelevant. And they're remaking the first one when there was a sequel too, so still pretty much with the same style of irrelevant characters, though. So you could very easily, if you were actually trying to do something good, is take that same concept and have new characters with new lines of dialogue, but it probably wouldn't be that successful overall. Like, maybe you could streamline a concept like that and have characters exclusively from video games spouting out lines of dialogue that have already been recorded for their own games. Instead of what happens in Poker Night and Inventory, where they tell fairly long stories and have pretty long conversations. Yeah. It is the one poker game, though, I will say, that has managed to keep me paying a little bit more attention through the long process of playing poker, which that is the real thing, is that if you are playing poker, it just takes way too long for most ADHD gamers out there who don't want to spend 100 hours sitting at a table or pretending to sit at a table. There is quite a few games I am not familiar with that I think do get some highlight with this system. So yeah, I think I've learned something that I want to start checking out these charts by the 7-day gain. Yeah, poker is just slow, and the price of running out of money is often ridiculously too penalizing. Even in Poker Night at the inventory, you just have to start all over again. So there is definitely a possibility that you will hear conversations repeated before you would actually win the table, which, yeah, or win the tournament. It might actually be a tournament with several characters. Unfortunately, this remaster of Poker Night at the Inventory might still be the best single player, don't put any real money into it poker game that is available to us, that is a realistic poker without just massive amounts of cheating. Like to contract something like Balatro, where obviously there is a lot of silliness and cheating in the player's favor that happens in Balatro. But yeah, pretty much every other game on Steam that is poker centric is a free to start game where you're having to microtransaction when you run out of coins, or you're just being heavily advertised to microtransaction for cosmetics or something else. And honestly, cosmetics or something else is fine, but the Steam pages don't really differentiate that. And honestly, if I was a game developer, I would be asking Valve to say, hey, can we say microtransactions for cosmetics only versus microtransactions for in-game currency versus microtransactions for other things. Just having that broken down into 3 categories would be fairly helpful, even as a consumer. Of course, most of those free to start poker games on Steam, and definitely there's worse ones in the real world. What I'm not sure they're really even that worse, because if you're playing online and actually gambling, you can actually cash out in some form or fashion, whereas the ones on Steam, you're never going to be able to cash out. So when you run out of chips, you're putting money in to get more chips, but if you say won 1 billion chips, well, you have 1 billion chips in game that have no real world cash value. Where online gambling on a real casino website is fairly doable these days in the United States, so that would be where I imagine a lot of the other gamblers go, and probably a lot of people get addicted to it, and a lot of people lose a lot of money to it. So yeah, there's almost a moral argument that could be made where gamers should encourage people to play games that aren't that don't have real world currency gambling in them. Unfortunately, a lot of video games are designed in the exact same ways, if not worse, than real world gambling, and they can just be as addictive. And there definitely are games out there where you can spend as much time or lose as much time in your life gambling for virtual currency as you can lose gambling for real money. Let's see. Did I talk about what I've been doing? Not really. I haven't really been doing anything other than cleaning and decluttering, making some decent progress. For a brief second there, my kitchen table was even clear before then again putting a box on it. But yeah, that's pretty much all I've been doing. I did get the battery backup. I have yet to plug it in and start to try to think about doing that. I got a battery backup both for my Wi-Fi router and for my computer. I brought them in from the cold and wanted them to just warm up. It probably wouldn't have mattered if I had immediately plugged them in, but why not just wait, since I was focusing on cleaning and decluttering anyways. Perhaps shopping too much as I'm trying to get my house ready to be rentable. I'm grabbing a couple more things that could use some repair or replacement, and like one of my smart bulbs went out, but then also it's just starting more projects that I may not actually finish. And certainly Amazon.com in particular has my number, and well, I mean, I honestly think if I look at something on Amazon.com that encourages an automated system to put something in that category on sale, well, good enough that it shows up on slickdeals.net. For instance, there was I was looking for a motion sensing LED light for a closet that is not wired to have any lights in it at all, and it was surprisingly longer than usual. It was several days until one of those went on sale. Now, this is also the human brain just creating connections where there are none, but I kind of wouldn't be surprised, because I kind of see the same thing on like Hulu too. If I watch one show, it'll suggest shows that are completely disconnected and different from that show that I have already watched. So I feel like a lot of these services may be either specializing suggestions way too much based on your own thing, suggesting back to you things you've already seen, or there's just so few people watching some of the shows I'm watching that I'm a significant factor in the recommendations, which is also a possibility, because yes, I do tend not to just watch the most common the most common things. For instance, I think it was before last stream, but maybe not, I watched a movie on Prime Video called Motherland, where it was this concept of a future where the quote-unquote burden of having children and raising children was lifted, and thus it was a society where these women would go off and have the babies, and then they would just take them immediately away from the mothers and put the mothers on drugs to forget about the babies, and then the babies were being raised in state schools. This is pretty much what I think the USSR was going to do. It definitely is very much communism overtones as far as what they were thinking. And honestly, the concept's not a terrible concept. The implementation of it certainly has many opportunities to be implemented terribly, and the story of Motherland really did implement it terribly intentionally, so that you have this fairly generic, boring story of a character rebelling against this system of society, and it all takes place in this state school. I think if I could speculate in a kind of futuristic sci-fi way, I think the concept of a good government, if you can ever find one of those, saying, hey, at any point you could give your kid up to the state and they would be raised in a state school. It's not the worst idea ever. The United States does have something like that to a certain age. The I think it's safe harbor laws or something like that. That's probably the wrong term, where you can abandon babies at hospitals and what else? Fire stations without fear of prosecution. And relatively recently, in the past few years, there was a law that was implemented in one of the states where there was no age limit there, whereas most of the states do have it being babies, like within the first couple of years. So there were like 14-year-olds getting abandoned for that brief time. So yeah, there definitely are parents out there that they just hit a point where they realize they don't want to be parents, or they're not good at being parents. And if you did have a legal, safe way for parents to give up on that, maybe over the generations, more and more people would take up that offer, and you would have state schools, like the movie Motherland had. But it almost certainly has to be voluntary, because there's always going to be really controlling parents that wouldn't want to give up their kids and see their kids as property. There are a lot of those in America that kind of go unseen very often. And then there are just going to be people that would never really engage in that. But honestly, I think by the time you get to the terrible 2s, 3s, and 4s, most parents would say, hey, if this system works, if we're seeing what's happening in these schools, in these state schools, these boarding schools, I think a lot of people would take them up. My evidence for that is a lot of boarding schools exist in the UK, so there is a lot of that happens, where kids get sent away to boarding schools and they may come home for like Christmas and maybe a summer vacation, but it's for very brief times, and then they're just back to boarding schools. And that opens up the door to consistent rearing of a child overall, whereas the system in the United States of kids going to school for 8 hours a day and then going home for 12 hours creates a scenario where their home life is going to be very randomly different per child, and some are going to have better education through that home life than others, or better raising in their home life than others. Of course, in UK boarding schools, I don't think they're particularly great experiences either. Again, you have to find a good government, which we've yet to see. We can look at the gacha revenue. Pokemon TCG Pocket still going strong. No new content, and I imagine we won't have any new content for at least a month on that case, and probably no new content as the events go for Memento Mori, which are the two games I'm playing. Yeah. That is one of the shames, I think, that the AI situation has really proven. And if anything, this most recent trend to AI, what they're calling AI these days, unfortunately has soured any taste for AI, because had AI been successful, we probably should have some kind of AI educational system, assistant at least, in every classroom. But and that was one of the things that they were pushing, things like the Alexa devices, is that kids would ask questions and get accurate answers through those kinds of services. And unfortunately, the reality of it is people asking questions and then getting incredibly inaccurate, often made up lies as answers. And it is only increasing a lack of informed intelligent knowledge in humanity. It probably is interesting to point out also that, like, Japanese schools don't tend to be boarding schools, whereas you very often will see there is a growing lack of interest in their kids, as the Japanese are overworking themselves. Maybe the mothers are more interested than the fathers, but yeah. The Asian countries in general tend not to have that habit of sending their kids away. Is Dragon Travelers new? Guess that's all I can really say about it. But yeah, if the Japanese, who are really obsessed and put a ton of pressure on their kids, thought the boarding schools would help, they would do that, but they don't. They keep the kids at home or send them to extra cram schools, but then still have them come home at night to study a bunch. And I guess there is perhaps something to say that there's no pressure better than parental pressure to make kids overstudy and spend too much focus on studying. Alright, yeah. So yeah, I still haven't plugged in the battery backup, still haven't played anything. Should get back and send some feedback on Slopeside Kings. And that's pretty much all I have to say there. I did get Final Fantasy VII. I don't know if I said that in the last stream. Probably never going to play it. Unfortunately, I've bought too many games like that lately where probably never going to play it. Steam is doing a typing fest, so we might as well look at that. And yeah, the kid I gave a Steam Deck to still is grounded, I guess, so he hasn't played anything in a long time, which, I mean, certainly sucks to give like a $300 to $400 device to somebody and then they screw up and they can't use it. But frankly, that's probably a significant number of the gifts I've given to nieces and nephews, is that the kids don't play with them that much. So that is something you generally just have to not pay attention to. The only reason I know the kid isn't playing with the Steam Deck is because of Steam Family Share and Playtime reports, which, yeah. Should look at Dragon Quest VII and see how well it's doing at the moment. The general thought is that there won't be any big thing happening for a while as far as big sales on Steam. Yeah. It does seem like more people are happy with Fallout Season 2 than I was, and I am seeing some rumors that they may be speeding up the development of Fallout Season 3, although frankly I don't know how you can really speed up the development that much in the first place. Probably should have been going full bolt blast anyways, and yeah, you should have probably been greenlighting a Season 3 by the time Season 2 had done shooting and the producer had seen Season 2, or by the time the first couple episodes had been well received airing. Like, there's several points where a producer should have greenlit a Season 3 and production should have started then. Generally, I think knowing where the last episode was going to end on Season 2, you kind of would have been able to tell that it needs another season. And Season 2 definitely did not wrap up in any way, and I don't see a real way that it could have wrapped up. Like, I don't know how you would have edited that for it to wrap up unless you were just going to shoot scenes where the characters die off, and that would have been the end of it, which I think I said in the last stream. It probably would be interesting if characters did die off, and maybe you have a spin-off show slash sequel with a whole new character. Of course, every time anybody's tried that, people have been unhappy with the change. You can see 300 user reviews, has this 90% positive, so yeah, there's no reason to leave that on the follow list. I'll just go ahead and put it on the wish list. This Terrascape looks like an old 8-bit NES game, which I don't know if that particularly works well enough. To my mind, it feels like the user interface is a bigger issue than the actual tile set and images in the game. So had I seen the same screenshot but it had a more modern user interface and then this art style, I would have been more interested in a game like this, where yeah, this definitely feels Zelda-esque and it is rated very positively, so I'll put it on the wish list, but it does not have me super excited, which is kind of crazy because I am definitely desperate for more Zelda-like games. So, Typing Fest here. Some of these games definitely are not 100% typing focused. Texorcist is a typing game at 89 cents. That's probably the right price to buy it. The funny thing about this, though, I would say, is that I have not ever seen a particularly great typing game for kids. You get more of these games where the typing is dark and bloody or in some way inappropriate for kids, and that just doesn't feel like that's what a typing game should be. Also, it's worth pointing out that people, yeah, they're way too influenced by Typing of the Dead. For instance, people tend not to really take typewriting classes in school as much. Not as much as me, who managed to take it twice. As far as keyboarding classes goes, but yeah, they've taken it to a really crazy level. Most of these games. Most people don't play with a keyboard specifically either. So, like, no controller support kind of hurts. Particularly when you think about like Steam machines. Steam machines probably, well, almost certainly would support a USB dongle for a wireless keyboard, or plugging in a wired keyboard. But the vast majority of people who are getting a Steam machine are planning on playing it with a controller. And yeah, that limits your audience quite a bit. Obviously, it's fairly uncommon to play with a controller in any consoles. I don't believe the Switch 2 can even handle a controller. It's going to pop up a keyboard anytime you add any text, which happens very rarely. Xbox supports keyboards and controllers. This is a weirdly tagged game. Looks like it's got AI in it, and it looks like it's a visual novel. So maybe you type in your responses, but I definitely wouldn't call it a typing game. And honestly, I don't think it's anything I'm actually even interested in. Just being not interested in text-to-speech type AI inside of games. This Morse code game is positive with 60 reviews, so I'll put that on the wish list. I always wanted to really memorize Morse code and learn it, but never really did, and frankly, it's kind of pointless to learn Morse code. Even in the Navy these days, Morse code is done automatically using computers. They're gonna eventually just drop the effort to even teach people to understand Morse code. If you know SOS, that is pretty much all you need to know if you're not in the Navy. But yeah, in many cases, just writing SOS is just as easy as doing ... again. Yeah, with the delay, which the delay, as Steam said it, is basically a nebulous first quarter date is what they said before, and now they're saying a nebulous first half of the year. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets delayed again. But also I wouldn't be surprised if it's just a paper launch at a much higher price. But yeah, the odds of any refurbs being available for purchase, I think, are going to be fairly low going forward. And yeah, again, you're not going to play a typing game on a Steam Deck. You could, certainly. You could plug a USB dongle into the top of a Steam Deck and have a keyboard. You'd probably need to plug a USB hub so you could have a keyboard and mouse plugged in at that point. You could certainly use a dock as a USB hub to do that, but I think very few people are going to do that. Yeah, I suppose it is worth pointing out that I don't think too many people ever really did dock the Steam Deck. So the concept of a Steam machine is in a small way similar to the concept of a docked Steam Deck, and it really just hasn't been embraced. That being said, I think the Steam machine being potentially 6 times stronger than a Steam Deck may be all the difference in the world there. Whereas there definitely was never a huge feeling that you would want to own a Steam Deck and not own a gaming PC. Nowadays there is with the feeling with the Steam machine that you could potentially not have to buy a new PC in these days, or have a PC. But you still may, with the Steam machine, run into a problem here and there, a few games not being compatible, or some other issue popping up. Well, I am noticing now, as we are about to jump into the news, that I don't see any Video Games Chronicle articles open at all, which is weird, to say the least. So either Video Games Chronicles didn't make any news, or my macro somehow broke in some weird way. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe there's a bunch of Video Games Chronicle articles somewhere else. No? Okay, well, the good news is there's so much overlap between Video Games Chronicles and Gematsu anyways. This will just be a great example and an experiment on what would it be like if I didn't use them as a news source at all. So we'll just start with the Gematsu articles and move forward, and that'll help me save a little time. So we have this game, The Adventures of Elliot, from the creators of Octopath Traveler and Bravely Default. I feel like this game had been announced, but this must be the first instance of it having a Steam page. Do you have some wide variety in animation styles here? Yeah, and different camera angles. Yeah. There's a lot going on there. Okay, first article is Honkai Star Rail version 4.0 update. No Ah at Full Moon launches February 19th. Aha. I don't know what that means. No aha. But yeah, I'll leave it at that. The Adventures of Elliot, The Millennium Tales details its story, world, character systems, and demo feedback. That would explain why we saw that page. Doesn't really explain why it wasn't on the fall list, though. Definitely feels like it should be something on the fall list. This might be one of those games that is going to be a bit harder for PC gamers to get into, because I don't believe Octopath Traveler or Bravely Default were released particularly early on PC. They might be on Steam now, but if you're late to the party, then you're probably going to be late to spin-off games parties also. And I am personally notoriously decades late to the party as far as a lot of these games, as far as just not getting around to playing them. Let's see, Capcom Platinum titles sales update as of December 31st. I've got several numbers here. Let's see, RE4 Remake is 12.2 million, 13.5 million on RE Village, which is older. Street Fighter and Monster Hunter and more Resident Evil games overall. It was just last stream where I was suggesting they really should just let Capcom make remakes of Silent Hill, and then they could slow down on all the Resident Evil games they're making. This chart in particular is kind of a great example of the problem with where capitalism meets art, in that this chart is going to tell Capcom, its CEO and its investors are going to all read the same message into this, that they should make more Resident Evil games, when artistically they definitely shouldn't be making as many Resident Evil games as they are. I'm not saying they should stop making Resident Evil games altogether. They potentially should reboot it or make a spin-off series that's just not called Resident Evil, but that they're overall just making too much of the same thing and saturating the market, and artistically they are almost certainly burning out their fandom. Like, the last thing I want them to do is release Requiem and then announce a new Resident Evil 6 months after that, which they very well might. And I think Monster Hunter is another example of that, where they had a pretty good amount of success with Monster Hunter World, and then too quickly they started to make other Monster Hunter games to try and capitalize on that success, and it didn't really work. Particularly in the West, it didn't work. And as we scroll down this chart, just to briefly get back to what I was kind of talking about before, it kind of sucks that I haven't played so many new games. They're definitely at like gaming meetups, and whenever I have conversations about video games with other people, is this situation where people try to find common ground in references to me and talk about games that are fairly new, and I just haven't played them. Although, in fairness, in most of those cases, those people haven't played the older games that I am covering and talking about, the older, less well-known games. And generally speaking, to any one gamer, they're only going to have played a small number of subset of games. The average gamer playing 3, maybe 4 games a year, whereas when I am around and churning out gameplay for my YouTube channel, I'm usually playing 2 games every month, so 24 to 52 games a year for me is going to definitely mean that at best 2 or 3 of those games that I played are something that somebody else has played and would have reference to. And of course there are some pretty big cultural touchstone games I just haven't played. But usually it's not a case of touchstone games like Skyrim, where everybody kind of knows what that is. It's usually people talking about games that are brand new, that aren't going to be cultural touchstone games and are going to be forgotten about within a year or so. They're not going to be that relevant. Moving on, the next article says Dread Delusion is coming to modern consoles, PS4 and Xbox One this spring. This is another one where the comma has been removed, which I didn't fix that. I keep thinking I'm going to fix these things and then I don't bother to actually do it. I do think that there is perhaps a subconscious lack of desire to do as much on computers ever since my eyes went bad and I started to wear glasses, which now that I am wearing glasses, that seems to have stabilized, and so I don't really have anything to complain about now, but it does feel like there might be just a subconscious reason why I'm wanting to do less on the computers, but maybe not. The conscious reason very much is I've got more important things to do. Things that have a higher chance of leading towards actual income coming in. But yeah, if that doesn't happen at some point, then I'll be so up the creek without a paddle that I would have to rob a bank or get a job, whichever happens first, or do something that would take up all my time and make me almost certainly miserable and not work out very well, almost certainly, for my case. Back to video game news though. Thomas & Friends Wonders of Sodor has been announced for the PS4 and 5, Xbox One and Series, Switch and PC. This is interesting in that I don't believe we've had an official Thomas the Tank Engine game come out on Steam before. More than likely there have been ones on like Nintendo consoles. Thomas the Tank Engine though is also a fairly early age game, and so I don't know if it really should be a video game, because when you're talking someone that's like below the age of 4, maybe they shouldn't just be playing video games at all. There's just not enough games out there to justify them playing a video game. It probably should be, but also there is an argument that there should just be like no screen time at all for kids under a certain age. Maybe 4 is too old, but like 1 and 2 year olds definitely should have almost no screen time at all. But yeah, Thomas the Tank Engine, I imagine, is also very simplistic and non-aggressive type of show, so it's probably very hard to make a video game around. So I guess I put this on the follow list just out of an interest to see how well that would sell. Thomas the Tank Engine also kind of old, but still as relevant as it ever was, I think. Thomas and Friends, that's what it's labeled as. Let's see, Dosa Divas One Last Meal launches April 14th for modern consoles, the Switch and PC. Which, seems like it's got a couple different themes there as far as what it is. Seems like some of it would be food related, but then the animation seems to show a more robotic weirdness. Battle an evil fast food empire within a spicy narrative turn-based RPG. Two sisters and their upgradable spirit mech cook delicious meals, fight corpos, and build your reputation with the local communities and reconcile with loved ones. Yep. Definitely looks like it's got a kind of different animation style too. Well, definitely a story and an animation style that's going to make it stand out in the crowd of a ton of RPGs. Although, again, it may not get as much coverage as it might deserve. Let's see, Barushana Winds of Fate launches May 26th in the West. It is an otome young maiden visual novel being dated. Okay, we'll leave it at that since we don't have a Steam page. And a next generation skateboarding game, Skate Style, has been announced for PC. Honestly, I would have thought that we should just assume that skating as a concept, as a gameplay style, is dead. If remakes and re-releases of Tony Hawk games are not getting received well and being done well, if every person who doesn't have millions of dollars of budget behind them is not capable of making a skate game catch people's attention, I just have to make an assumption here that there is a high level of nostalgia amongst game developers in particular around skate games, and that nostalgia may exist in gamers also, but they're not willing to convert that nostalgia into really wanting to play or trade out or try out new skating games. Yeah, that video looks fine for a skating game in my opinion, but I just don't know if that's going to be a thing. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be a thing. My thought also would extend to the idea that if skating really was something that was that popular, how come we don't see it in any form or fashion in secondary gameplay mechanics? Like there's no game out there where one character rides a skateboard, or in a cutscene you see people riding a skateboard. I feel like this is probably just the case that you have a lot of game developers that are entering their 40s and 50s, and they skated when they were in their late teens and 20s, and they just have a nostalgia here. But yeah, I imagine your average 20-year-old gamer skated very little, if they skated at all, and they don't have that nostalgia for it. I imagine kids these days don't really skate much at all. And maybe video games are slightly to blame because they don't, as a reason why they don't skate, but the bigger reason to blame is almost certainly that skating is just not in it very accessible. Skate parks are often few and far between, and full of cops who want to just write out truancy tickets and hassle people. And anybody skating in a non-skate park area is definitely just going to get the ire of everybody else and the cops hassling them. Moving on, a co-op action game called Horizon Hunters Gathering has been announced for PS5 and PC. It's from Sony. Yeah, let's just look at the Steam page here. Oh, it's in the Horizon universe. I did not realize that until I saw the logo. Although, I would say this animation style does not feel like it is the same animation style as Horizon. Horizon Zero Dawn in particular. And honestly, this feels like they probably licensed and hired out a third-party developer, second-party developer out of China or some other Asian country to turn and localize some already existing MMO type technology and then slap the Horizon name on it. But yeah, just the different shades of color and all of that screams this is more anime than what Horizon was, which was not very anime at all. You can see that these characters are moving at a much higher fast-paced level than I think you would have done in Horizon. Also, you can see that the female character of what seems like 3 selectable characters is showing a lot of belly, which I think kind of smacks in the face of the attitudes that the first 2 Horizon games were trying to have, of being a little bit more serious. On the other hand, maybe this is the right direction to take the Horizon series. There is a potential thought there. Monster Hunter type game with robots, monsters. But it is also an online co-op thing, so it's not something I'd ever really play. But I will make a YouTube short on it, or at least pretend I'm going to make a YouTube short on it. Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered is coming to the Switch 2 in 2026. It's currently already available for PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. Which, unsurprisingly, there hasn't been any real talk around the Oblivion Remaster. I don't think they're going to fix any bugs that haven't already been fixed in the remaster. Then it is what it is. For people with nostalgia, playing Oblivion Remastered was an easy way to play it again. For people who never played Oblivion like me, it didn't really sell me on the idea that I would want to go back and play Oblivion. And yeah, I would be more excited if they tried to reboot the series and just remake Oblivion, not Oblivion, but Elder Scrolls 1, and take that fairly simplistic concept and story and make a whole new game based on it, and reboot the whole series for as long as it's going to take them to make the next Elder Scrolls games. That is one thing that you can say Capcom is doing right with the Resident Evil series, is instead of just letting their series die and have players wait 8 to 10 years between a new sequel, they are remaking the old games. Of course, they are also making sequels very quickly, so yeah. There is definitely an alternate universe that could have existed where Elder Scrolls was just constantly remaking and re-releasing their games as a series, just to stay relevant. Yep. But almost obviously, the reason why that wouldn't have happened and wouldn't have worked there is that the same Todd Howard attitude of you can take forever to develop a game and it can be a buggy mess when you release it would have been applied to remasters. The only way you really could have done what I'm suggesting is when Microsoft acquired the Elder Scrolls company, Bethesda, they should have handed over the licenses to Elder Scrolls to a third-party developer or second-party developer to make remakes. Just said, hey, we're going to take this license we have that's strong, and we're going to have somebody make a remake, and you just keep focusing on new games in the series. Bethesda. Moving on, Outpath is coming to PS5, Xbox Series, and Switch. It's currently available for PC. What is this game? So it's kind of a Minecraft in first person, it looks like. Which I don't think really changes too much. It is a tilted 2D art style, which, yeah, it's never really been an art style that people have loved. Or I'll speak for myself, I guess, here and say I've never really loved it. It always felt like when you had those tilted 2D art styles, it felt like they were just being lazy and not making 3D models. Maybe in really, really old games that would have been okay, but in modern games you can certainly make 3D models. And the tilted 2D art style also means you're just making less voxel models as far as 3D bricky type things. So yeah, I was thoroughly unimpressed by that video. A tactical all-out warfare first-person shooter called War Dogs has been announced for PC. I seriously doubt we need another one of those, but they still keep coming every now and then. Although in fairness, very few of them are just realistic military shooter type games these days. They go into a realm of sci-fi, or they go into a realm of silliness more often than not. The thing about these military video games in particular compared to the military movies, particularly like post-Vietnam, when military movies were being made quite a bit, is that video games tend to very much romanticize the experience of being in the military, and definitely are downplaying, in part because if they don't basically act as propaganda for the US military, they won't get access and support by the US military, or it may be even as simple as you just won't get US military people to play your game. But yeah, the hurry up and wait aspect of the military, where you're sitting around doing nothing and for a significant amount of time, the horrific abusive treatment you get in boot camp, the often what I would describe as inhumane treatment and living conditions when you are both in boot camp and out of boot camp, the, for lack of a better term, brainwashing that happens in the military, like, none of that shows up in video games. It's just you're this superhero character that can get shot and survive it and really has no fear for your life, that gets to run around and shoot other people for fun with no real moral concerns around it. But yeah, I suppose it would be a little bit more interesting if we did see military stories that were actually talking about the trauma and the horrificness of war in a serious manner. But yeah, they don't come out very often. Those are the military games and aspects of military games that I in particular remember, friends, and get talked about. Certainly the white phosphorus scene in one of the Call of Duties is pretty well notorious and was heavily discussed as far as committing a war crime in the middle of a game. Let's see, Outpath is on my wish list. Kind of feel like I should just take this off my wish list at this point. Yeah, I just don't think I would really play this game. My wish list is so big. I'll make a YouTube short on it. Yeah, you can see in the last 30 days Oblivion has been rated at 58%. I can't help but assume that's because they just have not updated it. It's despicable that this game is verified on the Steam Deck. It It's on the verge of unplayable with awful frame rate, even with the settings turned down to minimal. It's a waste of $50. I can't even play it. Let's see. Worst running game released by Bethesda. Unstable frame rate for the game. So it seems like it's performance. Yeah. So performance being the source of the 3 negative reviews I just saw. Yeah. They have not patched anything or improved anything. Which that almost certainly tells you that if they ever actually do make a new Elder Scrolls game and release it, it's probably going to run terribly. But maybe not, because maybe the reason why half of the performance is so bad is not Bethesda Game Studios, but Virtuous working on the game, and the fact that this game in particular is just running the old Oblivion with slight modifications and then a whole bunch of mods on top of it to make it look good and modern. This wasn't a proper remake. Zig's on the chat. He says, again, 90-second delay. Some military games are a little too real. I've seen people be actually affected. He remembers the No Russian mission from Modern Warfare. That's another one. Certainly. Yeah. Arguably, though, that's what art should be doing, and that's where video games kind of fail to do, is that they don't make art that deeply affects people. And a lot of the propaganda military movies pre-Vietnam were specifically designed to deeply affect people and convince people to go off in the military and get themselves shot. And then post-Vietnam, a lot of the anti-war movies were certainly showing more realistic depictions of what's happening in the military, and that affected people to be against war. If it weren't for some of the movies that were accurately depicting what was going on in the war, then the United States would have almost certainly been in a lot more wars. But yeah, video games in particular have been way too chicken. They just put too much money into it, and they just want to make too much money. So they've been way too chicken to make art that actually affects people. And to the level of affecting people, yes, for some people with PTSD, they are going to be triggered. And that is where I'm not opposed to the idea of informing somebody about what's in a game and doing a trigger warning. It's kind of stupid to do trigger warnings like in the middle of a game, but the pop-up screens at the beginning of games and saying, hey, this involves these kinds of elements if you are triggered, is, I think, just informing a customer. And that stuff should probably be listed on store pages too, but it should exist. It really should push people further. Akira, let's talk about Akira for a second as an anime. Needed to establish that the world they were in was a world that had a level of violence in it, and to show that, after the first scene of a biker gang in Neo Tokyo racing and fighting each other, which is already pretty violent, you have a group of characters sent off to this Japanese discipline school where there's a scene of this adult quote-unquote teacher saying discipline and punching each of the kids in the face. Just closed fist punching them in the face. And in that scene, they also wanted to establish that this violence was not exclusively to the boys, and they briefly rip off the shirt of a woman or young girl and punch her in the face too. So there is no special protection there. And that is a great example of a scene to kind of establish the tone of what that world is. And it is designed to shake you up and go, wow, that is something you don't see, not in anything. It is also kind of weird because there is no further nudity, I believe, at all in Akira, although there's definitely a lot more violence. That is just like the kind of art that you wouldn't have seen in other form factors. If you'd done that in live action, it would have been heavily criticized. It was not criticized at all, as far as I recall, when Akira came out originally in theaters, and that was 20-30 years ago. But that is, yeah, in live action, that would have been a scene that would have been cut, and it would have been watered down. And video games, I think in particular, to get back to video games, have always had that problem, is that they just don't want to go into extreme levels. Whereas I am a person of extremes, who enjoys extremes and is desperate for extremes because I've seen it all before, time and time again. I've just watched too many movies and too much stuff, and I probably am just of a certain personality that is uniquely interested in extremes. Another great example, less about violence, is Grave of the Fireflies, although there's a ton of violence implied in Grave of the Fireflies as you follow these two children who are surviving the bombings of World War II of Japan. But yeah, that is a story that very much is anti-war and the effects of war that people are uncomfortable with and should be uncomfortable with. And so it is very notoriously the case that everybody recommends watching Grave of the Fireflies once, but you are never ever going to want to watch that movie a second time. You should watch it once, but yeah, it is by far the most depressing movie you'd ever watch. And it's okay to be depressed, and it's okay to have emotions and feelings. We desperately need art in video game form that is on the level of Grave of the Fireflies, that is on the level of Akira. We have far too many games that are trying to just be on the level of the action scenes of Ghost in the Shell, while ignoring the more deep intellectual aspects of the Ghost in the Shell movie, the first one in particular, where there's like a scene in that where somebody's brain had been hacked to make them think they had a whole family when they never had a family, and just the horror there that their brain had been tricked to have them feel this loss of having a wife and having a child when it never really existed in the first place. Yeah, over the past couple days I watched Doctor Strange and the Madness of the Multiverse, and boy, is that one of those movies that is the opposite of what I'm talking about. Just no real heart and soul in that whole movie. It tried to have themes, and It tried to have characters that died, and it tried to cover on the aspects of loss, but none of it landed for me because they were too interested in just having pop music play in the background and having the whole experience feel cartoony and child friendly and safe, and they were also very interested in just like introducing characters for those characters to then be killed off in the multiverse anyways. I mean, there definitely was a whole point in the middle of the movie where they introduce no less than 6 characters that then just get very quickly destroyed and defeated by the bad guy, and could have easily not been in the movie at all. Alright, let's move on. Next story. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle for Switch 2 launches May 12th. Which, yeah. That is another example of a game that, well, I would say Indiana Jones in general has failed to really be great since the 3rd movie. But yeah, the Indiana Jones video game's narrative and story, I heard very few people ever really talk about it. It is rated very positively, but it definitely didn't have a resounding conversation after the fact. This is a game that probably should play at some point. Let's see, Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition for the Switch 2 launches February 24th. They're calling this the complete post-nuclear epic. Is that really how they're labeling it? That there's not going to be any new content for Fallout 4? It's kind of crazy considering they can't release a Fallout 5 anytime soon. Be funny if they did try to rush a Fallout 5, but I mean, honestly, that probably would be the better move. I don't know what they can really do with the Fallout series, though. Bethesda in particular. The majority of the fandom from Fallout came from Fallout 1 and 2. And then you got a big boost in the fandom with Fallout 3 being on the Xbox. And that's where, that was the first Fallout I played, was Fallout 3 on the Xbox 360. But yeah, Fallout 4 has fallen flat. Didn't really add anything to the story or narrative, and if they were to come out with a Fallout 5, I don't think there would be much that they would add otherwise either. The fan mod of setting Fallout in the UK was by far way more interesting to me, and that's really what they should do. Is Fallout 5 should just be set in China, or it should be set in the UK, or it should be set in South America or Central America. Just make it a weird situation where it is not in the United States, even though it's going to have all of that United States feel to it. I don't know how you really do that, but you kind of need to do that, because setting a Fallout 5 in any area in the United States is just going to make it feel too much like everything else. Maybe you could try and set it in Texas and do something different. Maybe you could try and set it in like Florida and do something different, but it's going to feel very similar. The other issue, certainly, I think, with Fallout 5 is you're going to just have to try to find some way to eliminate talking about the Enclave and the Brotherhood of Steel, and instead introduce some new factions that might actually feel like they are important factions, instead of what basically happens usually is you'll have smaller factions in these Fallout games, but they aren't important enough to pay attention to. And when you get the Brotherhood of Steel stuff, that is obviously the important stuff. At no point in Fallout New Vegas would you actually feel like the Legion faction was going to play a big role in any future game, which arguably maybe it should play a bigger role, but then you might force the player to play as the Legion, and they probably wouldn't want to do that. But like the Khans, for instance, in New Vegas is probably even a better faction to use as an example. You can see that Fallout 4 in the last 30 days is mostly positive at 75%. Overall, it's 81% positive. So there is something there. They still are spending too much focus on Fallout 76, in my opinion, which probably should have never existed. Yeah. I'm starting to get down a lot on character customization in games in general, because like for Fallout 4 in particular, it just doesn't feel like it's really a system that needed to have been added or programmed. You are looking at the back of your head most of the time, or in first person perspective most of the time, and might as well have just been better to have your character be one character voiced by one voice actor, and instead of being a silent protagonist, which I believe is the case in Fallout. It's definitely the case in a lot of games. So you could then customize their appearance. Same was kind of true for Witcher 3. Witcher 3 kind of a better example in that, and Geralt of Rivia is the character you're playing as, and yet they still felt a need to have character customization. And that is very much a publisher thing, where you pitch your game to publishers, and one of the things you say is it'll have character customization, and publishers like that, when often games don't benefit from that much. So, and I think that is a trend that's probably being embraced with less character customization. Noticeably, the only character customization you're going to have in Resident Evil Requiem is going to be custom costumes that you unlock through playing or DLC, and then on the PC version there will be mods that let you mod the appearance of characters more than likely. The story here is Resident Evil Requiem Nintendo Direct February 5th. Footage is available. Notice her eyes are looking in kind of a wonky direction. But yeah, I do definitely have a flair and a taste for wanting the characters to be cinematic in the first playthrough, at least, of a game to be cinematic, and the artist's intent, and instead of a character customization where you can screw up the appearance of the characters just because a gamer is not going to be anywhere as good at creating a cinematic appearance of a character. I will be incredibly shocked if this isn't a story where Leon Kennedy at least retires, if not dies, at the end of it. I just don't think it makes sense that they would want to make a fifth game with Leon Kennedy. Depicting him as old. Which I say old, but I mean, you're talking Hollywood old, not really old. Moving on, Goat Simulator 3 is coming to the Switch 2 on April 1st. Shadow Tactics Blades of the Shogun and Akio's Choice is coming to Switch 2 on March 18th. So these are two separate games. I'm not sure that they're even in the same universe. Yeah, Akio's Choice is a standalone expansion of Shadow Tactics Blades of the Shogun. Now, I'd assume this is Akio's Choice, but I'm not sure. You can see this game is rated very positively in the last 30 days and overwhelmingly positively. Yeah. This has a interesting scale to it in that you can kind of just barely see the people here in the game. So it's an isometric top-down perspective, but fairly zoomed out. And it looks like it is a positional placement stealth type game from the looks of it, where when you screw up you probably are going to end up having to do a bunch of hacking and slashing, if I was to guess. I should just watch the trailer, but I'm not going to, in an effort to save time, just to see if it actually does play that way. Another Eden Begins has been announced for Switch 1 and 2 and PC, which looks like it could be another JRPG on its way. We get a lot of those. And I've had quite a time, I'll say, in the past week. As the temperatures start to change, my lips are getting very chapped, and I know I have probably 5 chapsticks somewhere in my house, but man, it is just so easy to lose them, and so it took me 3 or 4 days just to find one chapstick. So yeah, right now all my lips are chapped the heck. I was not expecting that art style. You kind of don't see an art style that's quite like that. Arguably, too many JRPGs or RPGs in general want to have the time travel element to it. Like, inherently, every RPG has to have this kind of story that feels epic. You can't... Nobody is, I guess, confident enough in their storytelling otherwise that they could tell a story where it's just like, this is an RPG about going to your grandmother's house and having lunch or something like that. Something that isn't huge. Every RPG is usually either killing a god, going through time, overthrowing a government, something huge, something revolutionary, something big, if not all three. And that is definitely the influence of Final Fantasy, certainly. Costume Quest as an RPG is perhaps one of the most simplistic stories, but even that is you're defeating a bad guy, and in Costume Quest you are going back in time and you're defeating the bad guy because he kidnaps your brother slash sister, depending on who you choose to play as in the first game. But it does keep it fairly simplistic, whereas most JRPGs go wild and crazy. But yeah, you don't see that as much in other games. A lot of times in games you'll just see that a character is in an area and they just go forward in that area. They attack the first thing they see, and there's usually not a ton of motivation that needs to happen here. There's definitely something a little off on this animation style compared to the background images. Is there any AI in this? Doesn't disclose any AI. Yeah. Maybe it's just the kind of chibi big head mode that these characters have that feels off. I'm not sure. Yet another page that doesn't have the check mark added to it. Let's see. Hamster announces its console archive series for PS5 and Switch. Looks like Cool Borders. I feel like I remember Cool Borders. Let's watch this trailer. Yeah. Now, I didn't have a PlayStation 1 or PlayStation 2, so I would have had to have seen somebody else playing this game. But I do remember it. Look at how the pop-in happens very badly and how there are 3D geometry issues where the lines are not lining up well. That is still an issue that happens to this day. It's never been perfected and corrected. This is the kind of game that may have been shown off on the likes of X-Play back in the day when I was spending way too many hours watching X-Play and G4, which was a extended cable channel that was kind of hard to even get. Yeah, there's definitely an alternate universe where G4 and X-Play should have been way more successful instead of really just getting bought out and getting ruined. And then the attempt to pretend like you were bringing back X-Play and G4 that happened a few years ago really just ruined the legacy of X-Play. Although the presenters also of X-Play started to become fairly outspoken, and they too kind of ruined their legacy. At least Adam Sessler did. Adam Sessler in particular is a great example of somebody who was fairly old even when he was on X-Play, and he basically should be the old man first generation game reviewer that was revered. Not really. He wasn't really revered. He was mostly forgotten. Let's see. Arcade Archives 2 Rave Racer announced for PS5, Xbox Series, and Switch 2. Arcade Archives Rave Racer for PS4 and Switch. Also, I guess it's coming out. Yeah, X-Play wasn't actually particularly great, but there literally was nothing else competing with it, so it felt great at the time. I mean, imagine a world where you could not see football on TV. That first football broadcast on any channel would have felt amazing. And that's basically what X-Play was. Of course, if that was like really successful and caught on, you would have people on most channels, possibly even in the news, reviewing video games. In the same way that for a time there, at least, they had people reviewing movies on big channels. It really should be, even on like local channels, young kids reviewing video games or reviewing movies. And yet it doesn't happen because even the local news is so bought and paid for that they don't want actual reviews to come out around terrible movies, and they don't want people talking about movies that didn't pay for advertising. Plus, in general, local news is just cheap and lazy, so they wouldn't create segments for that. Moving on, Coldcept, or Coldcept, I guess. The first has been announced for PS5, Xbox Series, and Switch, and PC. Looks like it is something. I guess the question is, what is that something? Yeah. There's also a Coldcept Begins announced for Switch 2 and Switch and PC. Well, I definitely wasn't expecting a card-based game that looks like it was made for maybe a Game Boy Advance. It's very pixely. Is this an old game? If it isn't an old game, then it really has no business in existing in this form factor. There's definitely a better way. And that art style really does not match anything that was shown. It doesn't really match this either. Monster Hunter Stories 3 Twisted Reflection demo is now available if you're wanting to check that out. Pinnacle of board game and card fusion is back. So yeah, this has to be a re-release of something fairly old. This feels like something that would have been out in the era of some of those early Yu-Gi-Oh! Game Boy games. Yeah, that's the only thing that would make any sense at all. It is a nice way to make one static art image of characters and creatures by having the whole card concept, instead of having to spend more time on multiple animations frames of characters. And then one thing that can definitely tell you that this is an older game is that you have like a succubus here with a butt showing, which in modern games you would see get censored out or self-censored out. Yeah. It definitely was the case in a lot of these old game developments that you had artists who were just chomping at the bit to animate anything different, or had some free time, or had a lot of free time, and so letting them go wild and create creature cards or use art that they had already drawn in their free time is a thing that I think happened a lot more. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink Endless Ragnarok has been announced for the PS5, Switch 2, PS4, and PC. Yeah. We'll leave it at that. Here we have Coldcept Begins announced for Switch 1 and 2 and PC. You can see here the art style on that thumbnail looks completely different, and the art style of the game itself looks fairly different. Over 400 cards with all new visuals. It's always dangerous to have just a full-on change of how things appear, but there's definitely, I think, a lot older games where that makes some sense. Yeah, to just do full-on new art styles, because let's face it, there's a whole new team remaking the game compared to the original creators. This is very interesting animations on the cards. Yeah. Yeah, this definitely feels like a more modern game than the other one. So was the first game called Concept first, and I bet that is less less changed from its original form. And then this Concept Begins feels like it might be a brand new game in the same concept, or it might just be a full-on remake of the same game, which would be weird if it was a remake of the same game with a re-release of the old game. Yeah. We can see the upgrade kit for Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, which is DLC. This says a hidden classic that fuses it that's captivated fans since its debut. So yeah, I have never heard of this series, but apparently this series exists. This may be the first case, though, of this series coming to the West. One thing these cards allow you to do also is you can have kind of a fantasy world that has a consistent narrative of the types of people and characters in it, and then the cards can be disconnected from that fantasy world, where you can put like zombies or robots or whatever you want, dragons, in the cards and not have to have dragons actually show up in the main world. There is a thought certainly for the fictions inside of a fictional world, opening up realms of variety. Arguably the Fallout games should have done that too, in that when you do the abducted by aliens missions in Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, those probably should have been simulations or just fictional in some way, instead of establishing the concept that aliens actually do exist in the Fallout universe. Which, you know, maybe that would be best to just go with Fallout 5 if you're going to do that. Just Fallout 5 takes place in space, and you are abducted by aliens. Maybe the aliens make you work for them or something, and they fly you to different locations around the world. Something along that line. But at least that would be something different. The other thought that probably is an easier story to tell would be to just make a Fallout game that was pre-Fallout, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but you know, you could say there was some kind of riots that happened in one area before the bombs fell, or you could have the bombs fall in the middle act of a game. Digimon Story Time Stranger is coming to Switch 1 and 2 on July 9th in Japan and July 10th worldwide. Interesting, I didn't realize that wasn't on the Switch already. It'll be interesting to see if they get a big boost in sales. I would suspect they should. You would have just assumed that had already come out. It's very positive as a game. Frankly, I should have played the game, since I actually do own it / have access to it. At least I could have played it all the way through by now. But yeah, that is just shocking. It's not on the not on the Switch. Let's see, Kyoto Xanadu has been announced for PS5, Switch 1 and 2, and PC. Dual Dimension Action RPG is out this summer. And you certainly have a lot of Gamatsu news for there being no Video Games Chronicle news opened up by my macros today. So although maybe the case is I talk about everything usually from Video Games Chronicle's perspective first, and then I breeze through a lot of the Gamatsu articles that are connected and similar. So it looks like we've got another JRPG with a slight fashion statement, and I don't know if you call that a full-on style, but lots of stuff going on here. Some of it looks like it's side-scrolling, which is not what I was really expecting. Then you've got that cards concept again, so maybe that's a trend we're going to start seeing more of. So yeah, the style here is that it's people in modern time, but they're carrying around samurai swords, or some of them, and they're wearing slightly more traditional Eastern outfits instead of the more Western outfits sometimes, and they're going with a color palette of more black, which, yeah, it's important to remember that white is the color of death in Japan and Eastern countries generally, so him wearing white on the outside, much like Ichigo in Bleach, is a visual statement that he represents death, whereas the Grim Reaper dressed all in black would be representing death in the West, although we don't take those visual cues that often in the West as much as I think the Eastern viewers do. Turok Origins adds a Switch 2 version and launches this fall. I don't even remember Turok Origins being announced. Now that I kind of think of it, I think, yeah, this is a 3-player co-op, maybe MMO type experience, which, yeah, I don't know how Turok it really is going to be. It would be fairly easy to make any game a Turok game just by adding some Native American looking characters and dinosaurs and have them run around and hunt. Yeah. Kind of interesting magical effects. It is always interesting to have like a little Mario in the corner, and then you're seeing characters just get their heads chopped off. Yeah, this isn't even on my follow list. Yeah, single player with online co-op. Now, if I had any faith, which I don't, I would think that this might be a great point for Turok to come back into relevant conversation, and this might come out and people would be super excited about it. But I don't think the Turok series was ever really that relevant and ever that popular And I imagine we're going to see just a huge amount of online focus on this game. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bunch of DLC around it. I wouldn't be surprised if this is fairly lackluster as an experience. There is definitely an argument that fighting dinosaurs is just not that exciting, particularly since we already have several games recently like the Ryzen series that have done it, and almost certainly the success of the Ryzen series led to Turok itself, Turok Origins itself being made. I want to just take a moment here to look at what else Saber Interactive is creating, publishing. Painkiller reboot. Yeah. Space Marine games tend to not be particularly well received, although Space Marine 2 is one of the exceptions. Ghostbusters Remastered. I'd like to own the remaster, but I already own the original version of the game, so it's kind of just pointless to spend the money a second time. Yeah. They really don't have a ton of stuff that jumps out and grabs my attention as far as games are going. Yeah. And let's see. Feels like they may just be re-releasing some older games. They definitely have an old school feel about them. Turok Origins and Jurassic Park Survival. And yeah, this John Carpenter's Toxic Commando. Now, noticeably, Clive Barker's Hellraiser Revival is the one game that caught my attention here. And yeah, that may very well make or break Saber Interactive. I would love for this to be a huge success. Unfortunately, I don't know how it is going to be a huge success when it is going to be so adults only rated that nobody's going to be able to stream it, and very few people are going to be willing to talk about it for fear of being labeled either a pervert because of the nudity or a creep because of the horror grotesque elements. So yeah, this is probably the best example of a game that's coming out that is going to actually be some level of artistic, and as such it is almost certainly going to suffer as far as sales being low. And personally, I guess if I want this kind of stuff, I should probably just pre-order the game and support this kind of stuff. One sale probably isn't going to change anything, but it's almost a moral obligation to buy games, or games that try to do something different, to try to do something more artistic. And there's a decent argument to buying the game before it potentially gets banned or taken down. Although I don't think that's going to happen. I think if it makes it to release on Steam, it'll stay on Steam. But yeah, Hellraiser in particular is a game I would have to think about. How am I going to play this game and do it differently? And honestly, there is an opportunity there for me in particular to potentially play the Hellraiser Revival game when it comes out, and then I can play it in silence, and I don't have to make a bunch of footage for it, and I don't have to just constantly talk over it and be a critic. I could simply just play the game, make notes, and do a non-long play abridged review of the game, which would be not my style really, but it may be a new style. in something in between a quick look and a long play full review. Still a full review, but just not showing every single second of my gameplay experience. How many more Gematsu articles do we have? Wow, we have a lot. So it's already been long enough for needing a bathroom break, so let's switch over to Magic the Gathering for a second. We got an Unreal pack here. And then you get to randomly pick one of the major packs. That's probably one that's not very helpful because I'm pretty sure I have a lot of those cards and it doesn't matter. This is the old card pack animation. I think they've changed it. And that's 3 keys to unlock limited time packs you can buy more of. It's a lot of flash. Certainly. Yeah, and I praised the level of flash that Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel had 4 years ago, but honestly, I think it's probably better nowadays to just have a speedier pack opening animation if you can. Like the pack opening animation in Pokemon TCG in particular is just way too slow. And that is something that has annoyed me, certainly a little. So yeah, they have this announcement, new gates are coming, and they say that's an animation. So I don't know if that just means that you watch this animation or as a gate, as a solo mode gate, or if, yeah, I guess that's the case, is that they are just putting animations in the solo mode now as they are once again kind of moving everything around and trying to find a better interface for all of that. Alright, well, I'm going to take a bathroom break, so I will be back in just a second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. May end up having to take another break just because this seems like this is going to go on for a while. So, next Gematsu article we have here says Pragmata Sketchbook demo is now available for PS5, Xbox Series, and Switch 2. It was previously released for PC. I didn't know that there really was a demo that exists. It's called a sketchbook demo. I wonder how much actual gameplay is in it, if any. It'd be weird to release a demo that actually didn't have any gameplay in it, though, so I'd assume there's some of that. Let's see. They don't review demos, though, so you can't really get any kind of feedback there, and frankly, demos don't really tell you much. Which Pragmata in particular does just feel like a whole series that doesn't feel like it's told us too much, and it perhaps is one of these games where they have a gameplay concept that they're really excited about and they really want to show off, and then they've maybe got a story that they're really excited about but they can't show off, and so what it leaves is a lot of generic feeling stuff, which is kind of crazy to say Pragmata is generic, but yeah, robots wandering towards you and you shooting them is fairly generic in my mind. And just like screenshot here of jumping from place to place, a animation cutscene more than likely of some robot attacking you. Like there's a narrowness of each of these shots, and that it's just showing a character, it's just showing a face. This is the only shot that shows you an open world bigger area, and really you're still kind of in a small area. You're just seeing a scenic scene outside the windows, and this is obviously some kind of boss fight area. You know, it all feels a little claustrophobic. Let's see, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is coming to Xbox Series and Switch 2 on June 3rd. It's currently already available for the PS5 and PC. We can see it's mostly positive at 71% in the last 30 days, overall 77%. This is not the conclusion of this three-part remaking of Final Fantasy VII. Which I think is kind of the problem, is it's effectively they've found a way to charge you 70 times 3, which would be $210 to play Final Fantasy VII Remake, which is a crazy amount to ask anybody to do, even if you are finding ways to stretch it out into 3 game lengths. This is probably just, though, really, also an admission that nowadays even Final Fantasy fans are not really willing to have one game be super long, and would rather have 3 separate games be super long, be the average length for an RPG. It'd be very interesting to see what the time to beat is. I haven't looked at that website in a long time. As far as the original Final Fantasy VII versus Final Fantasy VII Remake Trilogy, once the Remake Trilogy actually comes out. Let's see, a Super Bomberman collection has been announced for modern consoles, the Switch and PC. It's now available. I would assume this would include most, if not all, of the Bomberman games. But I guess maybe it's just the Super Bomberman games, which were I assume mean these are all the games that came out on the Super NES. which, yeah, I wouldn't have expected there to be too many Bomberman games on the Super NES. Yeah. So we want to keep an eye out here for like the Bomberman 64, for instance. Yep. They're saying it. This is all the Super Famicom Bomberman games, which is what they called the Super NES in Japan. Family computer was the general moniker Famicom for the NES. Boy, was it easier to be a game developer in the old days. Certainly, where you could make very simplistic, very short and simple games like Bomberman over and over again. As we look at the elements here, of these games, you can see that they are basically the same concept over and over again with just different skins. And I don't think they really played that different or added any real level of challenge. This is also worth pointing out that while Konami is interested in keeping Bomberman alive, there's really not a lot you can do. Super Bomber Girls for casino pachinko games in Japan is the most recent Bomberman game I believe that they've made, and that's just anime girls with explosive destructible clothing, and really no connection to the Bomberman character, which, yeah, his design obviously is based on the simplicity of the systems he was on. If you were to make a new Bomberman type series, you would not make a character that looked anything like this, and you probably wouldn't make a game like that anyways. And certainly, like, after 2001, 9/11 2001, Bomberman would have been just labeled as a terrorist, although there were bombings before 9/11. In general, the idea of blowing things up with a bomb was more cartoony, whereas now it might be controversial. Like, yeah, you still probably have the occasional game where you get bombs, but not that often. Used to be pretty commonplace. The Adventures of Elliot, The Millennium Tales launches June 18th. Didn't we already cover that? eFootball Kickoff has been announced for the Switch 2, due out this summer. We'll leave it at that. Tale of Arise Beyond the Dawn Edition is coming to the Switch 2 on May 21st in Japan and May 22nd worldwide. Let's see. Let's briefly jump into the middle of this trailer just to see what the game looks like. Okay. Looks like it's a fantasy RPG experience. In the last 30 days, it's been down to 69% in the reviews. Overall, it's been 86%. I wonder if there is a problem here. It's a single player only game, so I don't know if there's a performance issue or what. Let's see, the scene with law protecting this makes this game 0 out of 10, and I mean that. I am not exaggerating. Also, the combat of this series going into the generic action game style, not expanding on the LMBS, makes me despise the game even more. Well, that doesn't make any sense to me, those two things. The plot is not good. So none of those negative reviews are particularly helpful, but I would have to assume the plot is not good is the issue. And it does seem like there's a fairly consistent level of as many negative as many positive. So you have the rare potential controversial element in a game. You just tend not to see that. You tend to see generally consensus between whether or not the game is liked or disliked by the player base. And yeah, very rarely do you have people saying both positive and negative. But I would say it more than likely is the case that the very positive people would jump into a game early, and that over time the people who weren't super hyped on it will play the game and find it more negative. So it is typical that if a game's review stats are going to go down, it will go down after the launch window, which is why they spend so much effort to try to get people to buy games in the launch window. But it doesn't happen that often. Usually games get just about their average rating and it stays that way for its entire life. Unless something happens where the game stops being playable. Moving on, Hollow Knight for PS5, Xbox Series, and Switch 2 is now available alongside the latest patch, latest update. Valheim is coming to the Switch 2 in 2026. It was due alongside the previously announced PS5 release. Here we can see Valheim is 87% positive in the last 3 days. 94% positive overall. Looks like it is a fantasy game, survival game. Let's see. Binary Haze Interactive and Ad Globe. I haven't heard of Ad Globe, I don't think. Announce a multi-genre action game called Tokyo Scramble for the Switch 2. It is always weird when you have games that are exclusive for the Switch. It is more weird when you have exclusive Switch or Nintendo games that look like they are targeted to an older audience, which I would say this does look like this is targeted to an older audience. This feels very much like a horror survival game. This may be an example of a remnant of an older style of game development, whereas nowadays, more often than not, it is just so incredibly easy to develop a game on PC first if you're low budget. And there are very few games out there that would work as an exclusive Switch game. And Nintendo really doesn't seem like they're funding exclusive Switch games. And I don't think there are companies out there that exclusively make Switch games that aren't just also getting enough work porting PC games to the Switch. Let's watch this trailer and see if we can see this in play. It definitely was the case in the past that making a game for Nintendo or making a game for a console was easier than trying to support PC gaming. But that was previous generations of consoles, really, when when nowadays the Switch 2 and the Xbox and PlayStation are effectively just PCs themselves, and the hardware is not really any different. The only thing I could think is maybe if you were used to making games for like Android, maybe this would make some sense to move from Android or iOS game development to Switch, but nah, that doesn't really make a lot of sense either. Looking at this trailer, I see no reason why this wouldn't be on other consoles and PC eventually. It is a interesting world they're showing here, full of dinosaurs and seemingly stuck in some kind of cave. You have a female protagonist here, but they're not going out of the way to make the female protagonist feel helpless or lewd in any way. I would suspect there's a chance that the story in this is that some kind of dinosaur universe merged with Tokyo. Universes colliding is not a concept that has been done too often. Yeah, very strange to be a Switch 2 game. Although, this may very well just be a case where this is announced via Nintendo Direct, and thus they are saying Switch 2 for now, and then a week or two from now they'll also announce a Xbox, PlayStation, and PC release of it. Which, yeah, that does happen fairly often, where if you are part of a Nintendo Partner Direct, the game will only mention the Nintendo Switch version. That didn't occur to me until just now. Moving on, Captain Tsubasa 2 World Fighters has been announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC, due out in 2026. Seems like the success of one anime-based soccer game has encouraged the announcement of a couple more anime-based soccer games. Though I would say this one might be a bit more action-centric on actually playing the soccer game, whereas the previous one might be a bit more story-focused. I saw a Slick Dales while I was playing while in the break, and there's a Ralph Bakshi animated Lord of the Rings, apparently, and Walmart is selling the DVD remastered version of that. Animated is perhaps the wrong word. It's partially rotoscoped, taking live action footage and tracing around that. So it's a very old Lord of the Rings. I might pick it up. One, because it's only $5, but it's a DVD. But two, it does also kind of feel like the kind of thing that would be harder to see if you actually wanted to go out of your way and watch it. Although I'm not a big enough Lord of the Rings fan to really justify that, because I don't know if I want to watch any of the Lord of the Rings. I definitely don't want to read the books. I feel like the best way for me personally to enjoy Lord of the Rings is just to absorb it through osmosis of knowing the general ideas. Let's see. Paranorma Sight, The Mermaid's Curse, has been announced for the Switch, PC, iOS, and Android. Kind of a simplistic art style here. Is this an older game? I don't think it is. It almost feels like they just let some animator wasn't that good go wild and animate this game. Brand new story that starts with a new location, new supernatural legends, and a new cast of characters. I don't think we really need to watch the trailer for what this is. This is pretty obviously a visual novel detective story. Apparently Paranormal Site series is something that has existed before. It'll be interesting to see if somehow this sells well, but this may also just be a case of Square Enix shoveling this game out as one of the projects that they didn't cancel because it was close enough to being completed. I think we'll see in the next year or two Square Enix contract to be a much smaller company as far as their number of releases go. That seems to be what they want to do, is just kind of focus exclusively on Final Fantasy and a few other series that are big ticket successes for them and guaranteed to make them money, in the same way that Ubisoft has basically restructured. It's no surprise they're all doing about the same idea, like shrinking down after acquiring a bunch of companies and laying off a bunch of people, battening down the hatches for an expected bubble shrinking, which they don't want to admit is going to probably happen. Let's see. Ganbare Goemon Daishugo Collection has been announced for PS5, Switch, and PC. The Goemon games. Fairly popular, I think, in Japan, and I know I played one that made it to the West for the Nintendo 64. I don't think a ton of them did make it to the West, though. So if these are ones that have some that for the first time are coming to the West, that would be nice. As far as I recall, Goemon is a collection of ninjas, and you can see they have this whole robot aspect to them also. Seems like the games are fairly varied in how they played. The fact that I did play a Goemon Nintendo 64 game really just shows the level of lack of selection of games that you could rent back in the day. So, you know, I either got Goemon renting or I got it really, really cheap on clearance in Toys R Us. But it definitely wouldn't have been a game that I would have picked had there been anything else to pick. But yeah, that Goemon Nintendo 64 game doesn't seem to be in this collection. These seem to be earlier games than that. Yeah, it seems like the game is not available in the United States. We'll see if that changes when it actually comes out, I guess. A game called Constance for the PS5, Xbox Series, and Switch launches May 1st. It's already available for PC. I probably have seen this game before, yes. It's rated very positively. It's already on my wish list and it's already been forgotten by me. Looks like it's a platforming game. And I'll leave it at that. Wow. And we have like 5 more stories and then we'll be finally done with the Gematsu articles. The game Orbitals launches this summer. It's a 2-player co-op adventure set in a retro anime-inspired galaxy. And I guess retro anime is the phrase to use looking at this art style, and I guess in a lot of ways that is what I'm very nostalgic for as far as art styles. If I recall correctly, the trailer that was shown for this didn't seem like it really was giving me the right information or any information at all. Like, yeah, the animation here looks good, but it's not really telling me anything about how it actually plays. Like, even if this was just basically a visual novel game, I wouldn't really know that. Yeah, it looks like it is a platforming game with a lot of cutscenes from the looks of it. And in actual gameplay, it looks like it's a co-op game. And in actual motion, the retro anime style struggles a little bit, probably because there hasn't been a lot of examples of people trying to have this style. So I would be surprised if a lot of the background art assets are pre-bought assets that don't really match as well. The only way to really have had this work in that art style would have been to have an animator from that era animate everything, including the backgrounds and the environments and all of that. Does seem like that would be pretty impossible to be affordable and do that. It is a great example of an art style, though, that will make the game stand out. Maybe not in a positive way, though. It depends on how people feel about that art style. Because I could see a lot of people going, this just looks like an old cartoon. And leaving it at that, not being willing to play it. Moving on, Powerful Pro Baseball 2026-2027 has been announced for the PS4 and Switch due out this summer in Japan. This is way too much white background for the image. And I imagine it's not going to be too much different from the last Power Pro Baseball game. And so I'm going to leave it at that. Planet of Lana 2, Children of the Leaf, launches March 5th. Demo launches February 11th. Yep. Let's watch this trailer. I've had to watch a lot of trailers today. It is weird that we had so much Gematsu articles, like way more than we normally do. And yet, no Video Games Chronicle articles, and I was half expecting, yeah, you don't see characters hug each other much in video games, which, yeah, in a lot of ways there should be more of that going on, more hugging. It's just harder to animate than most people are willing to do. Yeah. I suppose if there was a fictional scenario where, like, Video Games Chronicle merged with Gematsu, I would expect this level of news. But no, I don't think that happened. I would be more willing to believe that the editor-in-chief and probably the person that does most of the articles at Video Games Chronicles was just sick and that's why no articles got put out. That is one of the dangers of most of these mainstream video game sites, is that they are really being run by just like one person, and so if that one person is sick, no new content can be put out. Most notoriously, Censored Gaming, which was getting a decent amount of views as a YouTube news source, or at least editorial source, has disappeared. It's been over a year now. Censored Gaming has not put out any new content at all. I hope the person is doing well that was running it, but it didn't seem like they were doing well. It seemed like bad things kept on happening, and he could not get his life in a stable situation. So he may have just given up Censored Gaming in favor of getting his life in the water, which is what one can only hope, or something terrible happened, and that's why there's been no more content, even though there's been plenty of instances of censorship, and I've had to you find other sources talking about the censorship that tends to pop up now. Moving on, Blaze Blue Entropy Effect X Extreme Zone trailer and screenshots are available. Entropy? I think I just pronounce it entropy. Leave it at that. And then Timberborn launches March 5th. It is a lumberpunk city builder, leaving early access after nearly 5 years. I have never heard of a concept of lumberpunk. It is an interesting idea. It looks like you have intelligent beavers. But I can't help but feel like the concept of building a city out of wood is not particularly that different from any other city builder. Yeah. It is a cutesy twist, certainly, to see these beaver characters, and it's probably fairly easy to animate beaver characters, in that they all can look very similar to each other, and humans won't really recognize that they are just copy and pastes of each other. They've done scientific studies and found that if you just play the sound effects of running waters, beavers will have a natural desire to build a dam, regardless. So yeah, you have a ruined world, but this trailer is really not showing any gameplay. And yeah, again, just building things out of wood is not different than building just a certain level of technology as far as building houses. Like, houses have been built exclusively out of wood, log cabins, wood and mud. And see, this is the problem with a lot of these kinds of city builders that turns me off personally from them, is that the trailer is not really indicative of what the game is. And the game here looks just like it is a generic city builder. I will give it its due and say it's overwhelmingly positive in the last 30 days and overall in its lifetime, although it seems like it's been review bombed, not to really hurt its reviews too much. So yeah, I guess the question is, do I want to make a YouTube short on this, and do I want to put it on the fall list or wish list? And honestly, I don't think I want to put it on the fall list. Like, City Skylines in particular just burnt me on the concept of wanting to play any kind of city simulator. Yeah, and I just, maybe I would play SimCity because it's going to be very relevant, but that's about the only city simulator I think I'd be willing to play. Alright, well that brings us to the Gaming on Linux articles. Nearly 3 hours in. Let's see. JSAUX? I'm not sure if that's supposed to be JSAX. Has announced a charger-friendly Steam Deck travel case, which that's really just going to be a fairly deep, fairly big Steam Deck case. There is certainly something to be said that it would be nice if the Steam Deck didn't need such a giant charger, but I don't know a real way to have that be the case, because they're not going to put a barrel jack plug on it, and even then the charger would be huge. And yeah, Steam Deck just is going to need that much power. So this basically, I think, comes with a power bank in this case. And this whole article feels too much like a commercial for my taste. So let's move on. In the deck builder Voraxis, you're a parasite that eats through a living planet. Interesting, but it feels to me like that's just a digging game, though. Yeah. It's a visual difference, and it might lead to a theme of how you play some more, but seems like it is doing something fairly different in that it is a card-based digging mining game, which for the vast amount of mining games that exist, going with card-based gameplay is something different. So that does grab my attention. I could see potentially playing this if it was kind of a shorter journey. Notice that it is single player, it's not trying to do player versus player, so I suspect it is somewhat of a shorter journey. But I do also feel like this is a thing that would get boring fairly quickly, so you're effectively just going to be given these puzzles to get from, I think, this point to this point and a certain number of moves, and then level up your deck. And then I could see this being 5 to 10 hours of gameplay, and that would be it. Well, here we have a Gaming on Linux error page, so maybe that is what happened with Video Games Chronicle. Maybe Cloudflare was down, which Cloudflare tends to be down more and more these days. Which at a certain level, the way the internet works kind of sucks, in that you don't have backup ways of getting information if a server is down. And what Cloudflare does as being the gatekeeper sucks, because they don't have like a fallback system to just automatically forward to the original source, which, yeah, if I was the person in charge of Cloudflare, I would say we need a system in the middle here that can spin up as soon as our servers are messed up to make sure traffic still goes through even if protections are not enabled while our servers are down. Yeah, okay. Moving on. System 76 plans for Cosmic to include Vulkan, HDR, and gaming improvements and more. So, yeah. Increasingly, theme desktop managers and Linux in general is moving towards supporting gaming more, high dynamic range more, Vulkan, the open source Vulkan drivers for graphics cards more. Which, yeah, that's nice. I don't know how many people are gonna want to go with Cosmic though in System 76 hardware. Yeah, it's worth mentioning here. There's a fair amount of work needed to get it up to the level of the likes of GNOME and KDE Plasma, and I would say GNOME these days barely is holding on. I wouldn't be surprised if it becomes very much the de facto that KDE Plasma is what everybody is using, or most things are using. A Steam beta fixes games for large libraries on Linux, SteamOS showing as not valid on the current platform. Ooh, what do they mean by large libraries? I have like 5,000 games. Is that a large library? Very large libraries is all they say. I wouldn't be surprised if you're gonna have a bug where it says anything based on the library size, then it's gotta be 255, 256 games, or then above that would be 1,024, 1,025 games, and above that would be like 2048. Above that would be 4096. Above that would be what was that, 9,000 or so. Above that would be 18,000. Yeah, and then above that should be 36,000. Yeah, which I don't know how many people would actually have 36,000 items in their libraries. That'd be hard to do. Those are all just 2 to the power of something numbers. And honestly, if there was a bug, it would probably be 8-bit, 16-bit, or 32-bit, not something in between, like 9-bit, 10 bits, because you really wouldn't program something that way. Yeah, we continue to see little fixes with SteamOS, and in this case the Steam client. We keep making progress. Hollow Knight gets patched, adding a 21:9 and a 16:10 resolution support and more. 16:10, 21:9 are just further widescreen supports. I don't expect games to ever really add portrait support for their games. It would be very weird if that did start to happen. If it did start to happen, then you would half expect that you'd have 2 portrait mode monitors next to each other to fit the size of one game. Which even that doesn't really make any sense. But on a cell phone, it might make sense if you had a flip fold phone that folded more like a book horizontally. Yeah, I guess that could work. But then that would really only happen for games that are phone first in their design. All Night obviously is overwhelmingly positive. And honestly, I have no excuse for not playing the game other than I just haven't bought it. I talk about wanting to play more Metroid style games, and Hollow Knight is definitely looks like a Metroid style game. Its first tag is Metroidvania, yet I haven't played it. So maybe I talk a big talk and don't ever actually get around to it. I should look and see if I own Dead Cells. I think I do. I should probably play that. Check out the demo for Wireworks, a tower defense where you wire up modules to make weapons dance. I think I've already looked at that game. Yeah, it's already on the follow list. Might be interesting. It might be boring. Zelda Games reveals the next-gen modding-friendly skate style for PC. I went into a whole rant there. And yeah. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. Maybe this will be the skate game everybody wants to play and everybody wants. Remote Control looks like an Alien Isolation if it was a retro-style typing adventure. Well, that is quite the description. Yep. Let's reload this. Yeah, I don't think I would have been particularly interested in this game if I just came upon it randomly. I'll give it a chance though. PlayStation Publishing reveals Horizon Hunter's Gathering, Guerrilla's new co-op action game. Okay, it's coming from Guerrilla Games, not some second-party Asian developer. Unless Guerrilla Games is a second-party Asian developer, I don't think they are. So yeah, still weird kind of art style to it. Let's see, GeForce Now celebrates 6 years with new games like Delta Force and PUBG Blind Spot. Several other games being mentioned here. GeForce Now is the one where you pay a monthly subscription to stream games. And I think you have to actually own the games too. So it's never been something that sounded like it was very great. Although with the RAM shortage, we might see more people use services like this to try and just play brand new games if their computers are not powerful enough to play them themselves. Yeah. I did see that my network went down for a brief second in the middle of the stream, but these tabs would have been opened hours ago, like early this morning. So the two can't really be that connected. Let's see, Good Old Games did an AMA, and here are some of the highlights, like how they continue using generative AI. Yes, check out this article if you're interested. I particularly don't care what Good Old Games is doing. Yeah. So, Poker Night at the Inventory returns with a remaster in March. It was originally released in 2010. And it's been unavailable since 2019. Oh, I didn't realize it was unavailable for purchase, which definitely makes an argument to somebody that it should have been available. So yeah, the remaster is going to be overhauled graphics and lighting, gameplay fixes to improve the poker simulation, and new unlockables and quality of life features. The game was updated using the same engine and process as the team recent remasters of the Telltale Sam and Max trilogy, which those remasters really were just applying mods and hacks to make them widescreen. And I don't think they really did a great job in those re-releases. Yeah, this is very much a case where these games are starting to... Sorry, I'm yawning. Starting to just be shoveled out there. And yeah, these Gaming on Linux article tabs have these boxes, and I don't think these boxes look great. They need to be corrected. But yeah, Strong Bad, Max from Sam and Max, Tycho from Penny Arcade, and the Heavy from Team Fortress 2 may be the only 4 characters in the entire game originally. And yeah, that's, yeah, it's not going to be too different from what it was before. And see, I could certainly hope that a new poker night at the inventory would be made, but I doubt it. And I couldn't even really begin to guess what 4 characters you would pick that you'd want to hang out with and play poker. This is an interesting comparison. So you have Max in the original game as a 3D character, Strong Bad as kind of a 3D character, and then the Heavy is more realistic, and Tycho is more of a 2D character. Whereas Max now has just been brightened up and looks a little bit different visually as far as the lighting. Strong Bad looks like the lighting's been improved, and the Heavy looks like he is maybe a newer model with a little bit more polygons, but maybe not. Maybe the exact same thing with just lighting. And then Tycho looks completely different. Like he's a 3D model now instead of being a 2D model. To just bring it in to be more consistent. But yeah, that's a terrible example of a comparison shot, because yeah, there is just not a great way to compare the two, and I'm not seeing a huge difference between the two. All just looks pretty much the same. The table looks the same, the chips look similar enough, the background looks similar enough. That is definitely not an impressive comparison, visually speaking. Let's see, Overwatch returns on February 10th with the 2 gone and some massive upgrades. That being said, I question whether they can win back an audience. Steam machines and stream frame FAQ has been updated. RAM and storage crisis to blame for no pricing details or dates. You can read the FAQ either here on Gaming on Linux or directly from Steam themselves. Basically, they've delayed, but they are not calling it a delay. Let's see. Winnie's Hole is a delightfully grim roguelite, now in early access. I'm surprised that this game, Winnie's Hole, actually is getting people's attention. Yeah, it's rated very positively. Multiple people have tried to make something horrific with the now public domain Winnie the Pooh, and so far before this game has just been a case of really low effort asset flippy garbage games doing that. Here it looks like they figured out a game. It might very well have been the case that they already had the ideas of a game and they just applied the Winnie the Pooh aspect at the last second. Yeah, that is fairly believable. It's pretty obvious you could make a game that looks a lot like this without Winnie the Pooh. It is a weird game certainly to put on the wish list though. And it's probably a bit of a streamer bait game, so if I was going to play this, I should probably play it as soon as it comes out of early access. And even then, that's probably too late. I probably should, if I was going to play this, I probably should have played it as soon as possible, even in early access. Google's Project Genie experiment allows creating interactive worlds with generative AI. Really don't want to talk about Project Genie, so I'm just going to move on. We have Planet of Lana 2. Already on my follow list. Hyper Slice is a fast-paced, focused, and extremely fun action arena roguelite. Well, I added the paste words, but yeah. So far, rated positive with 18 user reviews. And the Epic Games Store saw a 57% increase in purchases for third-party PC games in 2025, which I guess is some level of success. Although I imagine not enough of a level of success to really be talking about. That brings us to the GameDeveloper.com articles, which it seems like we have several more articles here than I would expect from them. Scopely confirms it's used generative AI to advertise Star Trek Fleet Command, which, yeah, we have been seeing other games, less reputable games, do this, where they have generative AI create either fake people that never existed promoting and hyping up their games, or they there have been instances of them creating footage or audio over footage of real people promoting a game that those real people did not agree to promote. Which, yeah, in particular, if you are a YouTube content creator or a content creator at all, footage out of you out there is going to be fairly prominent, and footage of your voice is going to be fairly prominent, so you are more vulnerable to having somebody effectively deepfake you for an ad or for any other reason. There's a report that probably Monsters has laid off devs while unveiling the Nazi hunting game. Which, yeah, that is a shame, but not out of the norm these days, unfortunately. They also say that Probably Monsters has a questionable release record. Though Probably Monsters was founded in 2016 and raised hundreds of millions of dollars in funding, the studio only managed to release 2 low-budget games in 2025. Did they release 2 games in 2025? Storm Lancers. And yeah. Did Probably Monsters not make Sometimes Always Monsters? Maybe I'm confused about that. I bet they didn't. Yeah. Well, I'll leave this article at that point. I'm not really willing to dive deeper. We've already been going 3 hours. I don't want to get too deep into this. Apparently 38% of game industry leaders are feeling the impact of US tariffs. Tariffs are impacting expenses, revenue, and financial decisions inside and outside the United States. At a certain level, that's like no duh, but it probably is worth stating. Again, we'll just leave it at the headline there. Ghost of Yotai outperforms Ghost of Tsushima to bolster Sony's financials. Yeah. I guess to go back for a second, it is worth pointing out that optional spending for video games, as far as people buying video games, will be the first to go as the economy goes downward, and tariffs in general are going to affect everybody fairly equally, depending on what countries are involved in the tariffs. But in a weird way, for the video game industry, it might be good for them to learn, perhaps for the first time since the video game industry was established in the 70s or 80s, to tighten their belts and not just spend like crazy. Because particularly in the past decade or two, video game companies have just gotten crazy in the amount that they're spending to develop games and the amount that they have gotten away with charging for video games. And yeah, smaller, medium-sized games under hundreds of millions of dollars for development would be better for stability and wiser overall. Technology definitely was supposed to make things cheaper to develop, and it really has not been used in that way as far as game development goes. Although that probably was just a lie to say technology was going to make anything cheaper. The only thing technology has done is made things easier to replace humans. Put more money into CEOs' pockets, really, but the costs have not really gone down as far as the price of a game. Roblox announces AI-powered object and scene creation models, which, yeah, Roblox was already being more than likely a horrible influence on kids. Now they're gonna include AI as part of their negative influence, I suspect. Let's see. Steam machine pricing and shipping details delayed due to the RAM storage shortage. So I was saying around Black Friday when they announced the Steam machines for the first time that you really shouldn't buy a new computer at this point. I kind of am starting to wonder if that was bad advice. It might have been better, frankly, and for people to have bought a computer at the Black Friday prices instead of waiting to see what the Steam machine prices were going to be. Although maybe that was the right advice. We'll have to wait and see, because it wasn't like you were getting really good deals on computers at the time either. Yep. I'll leave it at that. Mobile studio Ares Interactive secures $70 million investment. Okay. Launch title was Heroes vs. Hordes and Baseball Hits 26. I don't know either of those games. Indie publisher Pixel Doors launches a developer-first mindset with a developer-first mindset. Industry veterans are pushing for ethical publishing where devs will be paid before the publisher. Well, that is interesting, certainly, but if the devs get paid before the publisher, then the publisher will have less money to reinvest into the next thing they would publish, and time is money, certainly. I would say it's probably the most reasonable arrangement is that publishers would get somewhere between 50% of all of the revenue to 75-80% of all the revenue until they get paid back. Yeah, and possibly even some percentage of the revenue in perpetuity after they're paid back on the sales of a game. But yeah, the idea that the publishers get paid last would imply that they may never get paid at all if all the sales are, like, if it costs $1 million to develop a game and then the game makes back $500,000 in that kind of setup, it would mean all $500,000 of those dollars goes to the developer and the publisher just loses all that money. And I imagine the reality of the situation is probably more complicated than that. But yeah, I would definitely be keeping an eye on Pixel Doors as a publisher if I was developing a game, if they're claiming to be ethical. Of course, the danger is a lot of companies claim to be ethical, claim to be good, and they often are some of the worst, most exploitative companies in particular. So you have to be careful about that. AMD's boss indicated that the next-gen Xbox could land in 2026. I think they said basically the same thing in the same meeting about the Steam Deck. I mean, Steam machines. Basically, what they were saying is we have the chips ready to go, or we're on track to have the chips ready for the next Xbox if a new Xbox wanted to come out in 2027. They're just basically saying that it's not going to be AMD's fault if these pieces of hardware don't come out, which is somewhat true because AMD is not the one making the RAM for those systems, or really doing anything other than making the CPUs for the systems and GPUs for the systems. Let's see, quote here is, Genie is not a game engine, end quote. Take-Two's president says Google's world model cannot replace a creative engine, the creative process. US publisher, however, said it would remain committed to integrating generative AI tools into its pipelines. So apparently they specifically don't like Google's Genie, but they still are going to be doing something AI. By the way, that Adobe Flash application that Adobe said they were going to shut down got enough of a pushback that now Adobe is saying it's just going to go into maintenance mode, which there's really not much of a difference. If they're not going to be adding any new features to a software that is something like an animation software, why would you stick with it? Why would you keep using it? And yeah, maintenance mode really just means they're going to patch it if there's some huge breaking bug in it. Otherwise, they're not going to patch it or do anything to it at all. But yeah, again, when I talked about this in a previous stream, you'd be very ridiculous to be making anything in Flash or even saving things in a Flash format. There's no reason to be doing that in 2026. Alright, well, that's going to bring us to all the new games on Steam, which, yeah, I'll try and rush through these as quickly as possible. Again, when I scroll down like this, I'm closing the tab. If I swipe this way, I'm leaving the tab open. This is an interesting art style. Might be a little too crazy and a little too heavy on the browns. If I'm very interested in a game, I will put it on the fall list. This is too simplistic of a game for the screenshots. It does seem like we are seeing more card games, and I can't help but wonder if that is because of AI increasingly being a thing. Although this one doesn't say it's using AI, so I have to just assume it isn't. This is interesting. Probably not the kind of game I'd want to play, but give it a chance. Uncolor. Just looks too bad. Ink Link. Could be something. I'm gonna probably be fairly generous today. Powerfall. This is one of those games that's just too dark. Dark screenshot syndrome. I'm gonna give it a chance because the 3D models do look good, but yeah. Don't even have anything to say about that game and still end up putting it on the fall list. Seafloor. Is this really gonna support English? It kind of looks like more of a creepy pasta animation than a game. We may at some point see that where you start to get these creepy comics turned into video game form. I definitely see a lot of things on my personal Facebook that is just like ridiculous AI stuff. Well, it looks like we've got one of the rare Yuri Otome. Well, it wouldn't be an Otome game, it would be very much a Yuri game. There's a big difference there. Visual novel. And one of them seems to be a vampire. Possibly a game that should be in the adult section. And it's not available in English. Interesting. The Vampire Bride. Can't do too much with it though. Here you have some wild animations that feel inconsistent. But then they're saying it's a hidden object game, which this might be an example of an artist who has some art to show that has gone out of their way for some weird reason to turn it into a video game. Yeah, and unfortunately, I think there is kind of a case here where art has just had to find a way to sell itself, and that, yeah, there are just way more people potentially looking on Steam than there are people going to art galleries or looking on DeviantArt or some other website. It does not naturally pop up, certainly. I'm going to say no to that one. It doesn't look like it's big enough of a game. Yeah, it just doesn't really pop up naturally as far as art is concerned. And so I do wish there was a better show and tell type place. This is a rhythm game. So calligraphy, interesting. Yeah. Of course, the problem with an artist potentially just trying to show off their art and putting it in a video game is that then the game part of the video game tends to really suck, and the artists often tend not to have that much art to show off. So it still runs into the problem of it being not quite good enough. Plus, the other issue is just doing Steam Direct and having your game thrown out there with your art in no way guarantees that people will see it. Here we have a French RPG maker style game. You very rarely get a French only game or French first game. EO3 is mostly positive, so I can go ahead and just put that on the wish list. We have some kind of ant tower defense game. Doesn't look nice enough. It certainly is also a shame that this is almost certainly AI. All I can really do to criticize or curate these games, AI, is to look at the visuals. So it's possible, not 100% guaranteed. This again doesn't support English. That yeah, it's possible, although unlikely, that a game has like great audio or a great story, and I would just completely dismiss it, and most gamers would completely dismiss it just based on the visuals. This looks like this is one of those games where you stand in the center and attack things from the left or right. More like a mobile game, but it also feels like it's AI. This looks like nothing, and I'm starting to yawn. Yeah. A lot of times when I finish these streams, I want to go to sleep, and a lot of times I also don't go to sleep because part of my insomnia is the struggle for hours potentially between wanting to go to sleep and actually succeeding at that. I feel like I'm out of order here. I wanted to take this My Hero Academia off the full list. Seems like people are not particularly happy with My Hero Academia All's Justice. See why. See if we can find a shorter negative review. Customization massive luck down. Yeah. Online has performance issues with certain characters lagging. The open world has potential, but feels like it's half-baked. Open world boils down to small city maps where you find random no-name villains. They'll often appear in groups, and how they make it challenging is by giving all your opponents super armor, which makes the fights an absolute drag. I really want to like this game, but every time I've booted it up so far, I've been largely irritated by it. So, yeah. Doesn't seem like it's catching people's attention in a positive way. This is a kind of pixely art style. Might work. Doesn't really show enough of the game though. The bell echoes. I had such ambitions as far as when opening these to have my new macros potentially automatically close pages if they're already on the fault list, if they already have a checkbox and they don't have a certain number of user reviews, because that would mean that the game just came out of early access or something, or just came out for actual purchase, and it's not quite time for me to evaluate them again. That would save something. We have what looks very much like one of the adult games. I don't know if maybe this is using the same technology, but yeah, you can definitely see that these characters are this realistic 3D CGI that is very common in the sex adult games in the adult section. But that style is pretty much non-existent in non-adult games. And yeah, I wish I did just see more of those types of games, just absolute garbage games I can dismiss in a half second. But it is the sad truth that as games start to look better and have a better chance of being something worth talking about, it's going to just take me longer and longer to go through all the games that came out, and I am forever doomed in that these process is going to get longer and longer unless something changed on Steam's side as far as limiting the number of games that come out per day. Which I don't know any reason why they would ever do that. Yep, as long as they're making money. It'd basically have to be some kind of lawsuit that would go through that would encourage Valve to do business with fewer people. This looks asset flippy, to say the least. This looks like garbage, to say the least. Typing game, apparently. Hermit and Pig. It's probably nothing. Here's the Bomberman collection, which you can see is 94% positive already. Some kind of ghost game. Lovish is 100% with 15 user reviews. Tier it together. I don't know if you really need a game. How much are they charging for this? $9 to make tier lists amongst your friends. And you can do this for free on a website. I don't think tier lists are particularly the thing, the hotness these days. Yeah. This could be something that's already on the follow list. It's already very positive, so I'll put it on the wish list. Run is a live action game. Could be something. Dead Lasso instead of Ted Lasso. Name confusion for different type of media. Might be a good game though, even with the pun name. Or maybe the coincidence. I could see somebody just separately thinking of Dead Lasso and not thinking of Ted Lasso. Well, this looks like too simplistic of a game. An otter swimming in a stream. It looks cutesy, but definitely feels like you would need more. Yeah. And I'm yawning now, and it's like really not the case that I woke up like really early. That the only real problem is I think I potentially am like waking up and then doing 6 to 4 hours of stuff, and then I'm going to sleep for like 4 hours, and then I'm waking up again at another time for another 4 hours, and so I just don't really have that normal like 16 hours awake 8 hours of sleep cycle, which that cycle was never really what humans were supposed to do, and it's never, in the long run, never really been what humans have done. It was very common, even 100 years ago, to wake up in the middle of the night and do a little bit more and sleep during the hottest parts of a day. Then sleep a little bit more in the evening. Particularly when you think about like not breaking bread, but baking bread. Like if you're going to make bread, you're generally waking up at like 2 or 3 in the morning to get the dough and everything baked and ready for it to be edible, potentially by 6 in the morning. Yeah. Only if you were a farmer would you have to have worked during the daylight hours only. And certainly that did limit a lot of activities if you weren't capable of paying for lantern oil or having lights. But yeah. Nowadays, I would suspect farmers with their almost completely automated tractors could be harvesting very easily in the middle of the night. And it would be coolest than ranching. Interesting bee-themed game. Yeah, you could be dealing with animals more during the day. I guess the biggest reason why you wouldn't be harvesting and farming at night is just because it would be potentially dangerous, like coyotes and things. Yeah, I really don't have too much to say about most of these games. Anthem 9, almost at 30 user reviews. That's at 92%. I think we could probably skip ahead and just put that on the wish list. That being said, it's not really knocking my socks off as a game. Visually looking. Got another live action game here. Chinese. Overwhelmingly positive. It's got a kind of nice art style, although I don't fully understand how this actually would play. Bone Marrow 2. This has a lot going on the screen. PUBG Blind Spot is already mixed, so I'm going to take that off the follow list. I definitely am feeling the urge to. We've got a adult game that should be in the adult section. I'm definitely feeling the urge to start playing a new game, but if anything, I should probably be filing taxes early. Which, yeah, might be that I could do that fairly easily this year. Yeah. Make a YouTube short on this. This is one of those, I think, more multiplayer focused games. And I'm really slowing down on how fast I'm talking. Now, this is an interesting art style, but I kind of feel like it's AI, even though it looks different. It doesn't claim to be AI, but everything is suspect nowadays. So I'll give it a follow, but yeah, I don't think it's going to go anywhere. We've got another typing game. Or it looks like a typing game. Yeah. Fishing game of some weirdness. I believe this game was played by Game Grumps, or the demo was played by Game Grumps recently. Which I do think that Game Grumps is a big enough YouTuber channel that when they do play some game, it tends to get a little bit of a bump from that. Although, it still definitely feels like I could mention the Game Grumps as a channel, and that a lot of mainstream video game people who do watch YouTube still will have no idea about that specific YouTube channel. It does feel like just everybody has their own weird custom subset of content creators they follow. And at some point, I probably should try to follow some other content creators, but I find a lot of them insufferable, and find a lot of the people who claim to be like reviewing games. Even Game Grumps doesn't really review games. I'm gonna put this on the follow list. But yeah, there's a lot of people who claim to be reviewing video games when really all they're doing is at best recapping the events of the game without putting any opinions or thoughts or criticism into it. At worst, you have a lot of people who are just trying to be a personality and being silly / stupid with gameplay footage playing in the background. Yeah. Obviously there is some level of audience for that, but I am not that audience. Not that I think my content creation is particularly great either. I feel like a lot of times my content is a little dull, a little droll, low energy. they spin that and call it being calm. A firefighting card-based game. There might be something to that. This is probably a joke game. That is an interesting question. Is there perhaps a value in making joke games? I don't think so, particularly not as your first game, because it really just, in my mind, establishes you as not being serious as a game developer. I could see where possibly, oh, this is already mixed. I could see a scenario where your second, third game, if you just made an April Fool's style release as a joke game, maybe you could get away with that. But even then, it just kind of feels like, why are you wasting your resources and your time making a joke game when you've already established yourself as being capable of more? Yeah, I think you probably want your portfolio of games. This is interesting. The developer's just saying that they are a website, which would be linking to another website outside of Steam, which I'm sure Steam is not happy about that. But yeah, I think you want every single game that shows up under your name as a developer or a publisher to be as high quality as you can possibly make them, because as people go back and look at your older releases, they are not going to have any context. So anything that might be like an April Fool's Day joke, it's not going to be blaringly obvious that it was an April Fool's Day joke. That's why for the few games that have had joke games, like 8-bit Bayonetta, those games have also had the good luck of actually being playable and good. Well, I was about to say there's no telling how many more games there are to look at, but I guess the answer to that is none. We did manage to remove several games or put them on the wish list from the fall list, but we still are really not doing enough to maintain a fall list that's not just growing bigger and bigger. And I haven't looked at it lately, but I imagine it is possibly up to 2,000 already. Alright, well, that's going to be the end of this show. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and keep on watching. Thanks.